Hey, everybody. Let's come on back and we're going to revisit what we kind of ended with yesterday. We didn't go into it in great depth. We just started it, but I wanted to give you a little bit of a taste. We are working attachments. And so with that, let's pull out your camphor, sandalwood, yuzu, or the protection blend, whatever you were using yesterday. And before we start inhaling, let's have you just like look at, this one's a little tougher to evaluate. Let's just have you look at different aspects of your world that's going on right now. If there's a particular pattern that you see or you recognize, you can pay attention to that, but let's just look at different things going on in your world. Okay, that was just a measure. So, you know, this one's probably more than anything just going to be based on how does it make you feel. So you have your blend or you have your single oil, whichever one you're using, and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your temples. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the temples. And then pause and let go. And begin. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the temples. And then pause and be still. And let's do that one more time. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the temples. And then pause and be still. Notice how you feel. So now we're going to go to the aloes, rue, sage, tuberose, detachment blend, rue complex, or the deity blend known as Padmasambhava. Okay, whichever one you chose. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the low back, opposite the navel, known as the Mingmen. The front solar. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths on the front solar. The back heart. The brain. Your awareness is on your brain. In the crown. In the temples. Your awareness is on your temples. Just be still. Just be still, be aware, notice what you feel. Think of different situations, different scenarios. Not so much because you're going to work them, but just because you want to measure, see what's happening. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on your sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your low back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back heart. Your awareness is between the shoulder blades on the back heart. That's good. So breathe. Sage and sees you. Or sometimes I actually use owls. I'm not a sage character. Take me some sage. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. There, just need the blue sage. Yeah, it's like one everything. And then the crown. And your temples. Your awareness is on your temple. So by doing these first two pieces, now as we go into the chords, it opens up a bit of a different dynamic. It's not necessarily better than stuff that we've done before, it's just different. A lot of times when you're doing chord work, you got to come at it from different angles or multiple facets. So this is just a variation or a different facet. And we're kind of looking at it from the point of view of what do we potentially have that unconsciously draws us to some of these situations where the chords form. You know, a lot of times we're just cleaning up chords, right? But then you notice there's just some things where they're just repetitive or they just seem extra sticky or we work it and not a lot happens. And so we want to take it a little bit deeper into this area. This isn't a replacement for some of the things that we've done in the past with chords. It's a variation. And so, I mean, we really could spend a whole weekend just on chords, like doing all these different kinds of variations. And, you know, we will at some point, but it's good to do them like kind of one at a time and go, okay, what does this do? See how it works. And so I would say pay attention to how you feel as you go through and work this. And so in the Buddhist tradition, we use it looks like a little axe, like a little blade. And part of what we're doing here is you cut in front of you and then you kind of break up things out in front of you. And what you're doing is you're breaking up your attachments. You're disconnecting from your attachments and the things that you've been attracted. Like I can't tell you how many times where I was like, I need to do this, and I'm bent and determined on doing this particular thing only for that thing to be not a very good experience, blow up and like have, you know, money stolen from me, this happened, that happened, you know, some kind of weird things. But I was like bent and determined to make it happen. And it was just some weird attachments. So it wasn't about improving anything in my life. I would just get something in my head and it would play out. And it's just some weird thing from the past or some karmic pattern or, you know, whatever it is. I'd love to be able to blame karma, but I would think I was just being attached and not very bright. But you know, I'm still gonna blame karma just for okay. So you're gonna pull out either ironbark eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort, or your etheric chord blend. And now this doesn't necessarily mean like negative situations. These are just people, right? So people in your environment, important people, or if there's been situations where you've had a super negative interaction or you're in the process of a negative interaction, work that person. But even positive people around you could do that as well. So think of the person and take long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and just be still for a moment. Again, let's do that same person. You're inhaling, thinking of that same person, taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and be still. You can continue to do the same person, or now you can choose another person. You choose, but begin inhaling, thinking of this person. And then just be still. Let's do that again. You can do the same person or you can do a new person. Okay, and just pause. Now, this next place is literally a place. It's not necessarily about a person. It's just sometimes we have connections to different places, be it good or bad. If you think about the CEO that I talked about where he couldn't go into his office, right? He had a beautiful office, but he had to do the same work, but he wouldn't go inside. He would sit in a cubicle. Could be something positive. Could be like, hey, I have this house out at the beach and the deck, and I sit out there and drink my coffee in the morning, and it's my happy place. It could be something negative, it could be something positive. But think of a place that impacts you, good or bad, and then begin inhaling as you think of that place. And then pause and be still. You can either do the same place or a different place. Go ahead, begin inhaling. And then be still. And again, same place or different place. And then just pause. Now let's target groups. Some group that you interact with. Could be a family, could be a social group, could be a group where you do extracurricular activities. Just pick a group. Something where you're interacting with that group. Long, slow, deep breaths. Could be the people at work. And then just be still. And then again, a group. And then let go and be still. Now, as we go through and we do these, like there's going to be positive memories that come up, but there's also going to be some negative memories or feelings. And so this part is about flushing these things out and flushing out any part of a negative attachment that we still have. So in it, acacia, cypress, ginger lily, marjoram, rose, even wintergreen, sadness and grief with a blend transmutation. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Mm-hmm. Mm. What group are you in? Uh, Move your awareness up to the low back, the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on the low back area. Move your awareness to the back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. And now move your awareness to the crown. And then just let go. Again, you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. The low back, opposite the navel. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Okay. Move your awareness to the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then pause. Notice how you feel. Your body, your emotions, your mind. Now, we're going to go through and we're going to do a quick version, but now we're going to be super specific to Bob. Uncle Bob. Choose your Uncle Bob. If you have multiple Uncle Bobs, choose one. We're going to work one all the way through. So contemplate Uncle Bob. You have your camphor, sandalwood, yuzu, or protection. You're thinking of Uncle Bob. Let it go and begin inhaling with your awareness on your temples. Okay, just pause for a moment. Think of your Uncle Bob, and the best that you can, you're thinking of your Uncle Bob, and your awareness is on the temples at the same time. Begin inhale. Thinking of Uncle Bob, awareness on the temples, both at the same time, and you're inhaling. And then pause. And then again, you're thinking of your Uncle Bob. Your awareness is on your temples, and you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Now, you're not really inhaling. We're going to jump into the next one. So whatever you use, sage, aloes, rue, tuberose, detachment, rue complex, padmasambhava. Think about your Uncle Bob. Just sit and contemplate him for a moment. Then let it go and begin inhaling. Awareness is on the sex chakra. Move your awareness to the low back, the mingmen, the backside of the navel. The front solar plexus, back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The brain, and then the crown. And then your awareness is on the temples. Your awareness is on your temples. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let it go for a moment. Notice how you feel. Notice how you feel about Uncle Bob. How you feel. Here. Yeah, you are feeling different. Yeah. Okay. So the advanced version of this is just what you kind of would expect. You're going to maintain thinking of Bob as you go through and you do each of the centers, right? So think of Uncle Bob. And as you think of Uncle Bob, your awareness is on the sex chakra, the root brain. So you're thinking of Uncle Bob, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths. This affects the reaction, your instinctive responses to Uncle Bob. Now, move your awareness to the low back, opposite the navel. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, the area below your ribs. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus while you think of your Uncle Bob. And then your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart while you think of your Uncle Bob. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the crown. Move your awareness to your temples. Just be still. How does that feel to you? Good. All the variations. Good. Hey, you're gonna pull out your etheric cords. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Or ironbark, eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort. Okay, so you're gonna think of a person. Let's think of Uncle Bob. Hmm, think of your Uncle Bob. Long, slow, deep breaths. I practice that in front of a mirror. Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Bob. Okay, let that go for a moment. Now, think of the place or the main place that you interact with Uncle Bob. So if it's grandma's house, think of grandma's house. If it's work, think of work. If it's home, think of home. If it's, wherever it is. If it's a lot of different places, just pick the one that you see the person at the most. or as you're doing it, you can visit a couple different ones. Yeah. Yeah. Samantha brings up a good point. What if it's mostly on the phone? Yeah. We'll make the phone the place. Yeah. And you just think of your phone. You're still working that place. And then pause and let go. How'd that feel? Yeah. Okay. Now, the group associated with Uncle Bob. So if it's like, his little minions around him, or if you're going and seeing my grandma's house, it's the relatives, or he's got a circle of friends, his cohorts, people who go, Uncle Bob's amazing. Okay, you're focused on the group. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Same Uncle Bob. You're thinking of Bob himself. Inhale was the same word you're using. Now you're just thinking of him or her. Let that go. Just let it go. Now, what place do you interact with them? Now, here's a refinement. You might interact with him in a lot of places, but at one place you have a lot more conflict with him than others. Do that spot. Okay, begin inhaling. Let it go. And then the group around him, his little minions, even if it's just the witnesses when you're at grandma's house and have those interactions. Whatever the group is, long, slow, deep breath. And then be still. How's your uncle? Okay, let's go to the next step, the forgiveness thing. And this isn't so much about, I don't know, it's just about releasing whatever hurt feelings that are associated with what Bob's done or does. So acacia, cypress, ginger lily, marjoram, rose, wintergreen, transmutation, or sadness and grief. You're inhaling. Let's let's stick with keeping your awareness on Uncle Bob as you inhale on the soles of your feet. Your awareness is on your low back. The back heart. And the crown. And then just be still. Perfect. Let's unmute ourselves and share experiences, ask questions about this process. Unmute, type in, fire away.
Go ahead, Maya.
Hey, Maya.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
So I have maybe a question or an observation about what. So especially when we do the temples,
Uh-huh.
I do get a slight kind of headache or tension in my head,
Okay.
circling around the like the temples, like kind of like in a ring from that area up.
Right.
And then the second thing is when we're focusing on Uncle Bob, all of a sudden I started getting images of other people who I kind of associate to be an Uncle Bob, and they are associated with the original person I had in mind.
Huh. Okay.
So other people started to pop up related to that same person.
Yeah. I would say that's kind of normal. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then is there a reason for this like kind of headache thing with the temples?
Well, it's
especially?
like, remember we were talking about that yesterday, like a lot of times the prefrontal cortex is wound up so tight that sometimes when you work that area, even just slightly, it
Mhm.
kind of pushes back a little bit, and it can give you a little bit of that's why we don't linger there too long.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's kind of normal, but we still want to keep, the more we unwind it, the more you could stay there longer. But it's better to do little tiny bits at a time.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so
I mean,
much.
I've been working it for years, and if I work it hard enough, I still give myself a headache.
Okay.
You know, it usually doesn't last very long,
No, no, no. Yeah.
but it's still there. You know, like
It's yeah.
I find that when I work it long enough, it'll start to expel out of the temples, but also out of the jaws and the ears.
And like the area on the neck just behind the ears
Sure.
is also where I just kind of like as it fades, it goes there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So it's not something unusual.
No, but I would say like as soon as that starts to happen, just drop that part of the practice. Like no
Okay.
need to push it and like I'm gonna work through this. I've tried that. It doesn't
It
usually
doesn't.
go very well. Like just
All right.
treat it for a little bit and then move on.
Okay, perfect. Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank you so
you're so
much.
welcome.
And then go ahead, Carolyn, then Laura.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hi, Greg. This feels like I spent a whole day, this hour and a half. It was amazing. My body unwound. I could feel it unwinding in the core of my body,
Uh-huh.
and my brain just goes crazy. It just starts reacting. I can feel it responding, and my back heart as well. That's the first time I've ever felt my back heart in the year that I've been doing this with you.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's an amazing amazing feeling this morning.
Oh,
I'm
good.
wiped out.
Yeah.
And little headaches, but they come and go.
Yeah. The headache is probably the prefrontal cortex stuff, the temples. Yeah.
I can feel it right in the front of my head. Okay. Also, I'm sorry I can't come to see you next Saturday in Portland, but our weather's been so crummy.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah. Well, I'm
I'll
gonna be
be-
coming back there again sometime soon as well. So
Oh,
hopefully.
great. Good.
Yeah.
Come in warmer weather, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Greg.
And then go ahead, Laura, and then we have some shares.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, this is a great class. It's been really good for me. Thank you. This is a quick question. When we're doing the crown, do we stay right at the top of the head, or I feel it going up? Should I try to keep
Yeah,
it at the head?
if you start to feel like going up a little bit, like our really potent piece is about an inch above the head. Like that really opens up the crown quite a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
And go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Yes, thank you. I have a question. When frequently through this whole process, when you ask me to think of Uncle Bob, a whole line of people lines up,
Yeah.
and it fades in the distance. And it feels like, so I don't know if to focus on the first one or the group or something, the pattern that feels like maybe present.
Well, if you focus on one, you are kind of focusing on the pattern, but you can work a bunch. But if you have like a primary Uncle Bob, I'd say work that. If not, you just have a series. Like I used to joke, my like going to Thanksgiving, I'd go, I have a meeting with the Bobs, and there's several of them. And sometimes when I start working that same thing, like they all kind of start popping through, and I just lean into it. I just start working it that way. So
Okay.
you could do it either way, but for most people, they usually have a primary one or two, like Uncle Bob's, somebody at work or some really obnoxious person, but there can be a whole group of them, and you can work them that way as well.
Okay. I wondered also if it went up the family tree and
Yeah.
if we
We're addressing that in March. We're going to do a whole generational thing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like we're kind of building up like our skill sets for that in the first weekend of March. And yeah, that's what we're going to tackle, is just because the father side does something to your energy field and the mother side does something to the energy field. And so we're going to address both.
I will look forward to that.
Yeah.
I'll have to do that through recording because I'm doing something else that weekend. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I know something is happening and shifting, and I feel my body relax a bit, and my immediate perception of the person feels slightly softened, but the situation with the person still feels very tense and unresolved.
Yeah. So here's the thing that I would say about that is that the situations with Uncle Bob, I would completely agree with what you're saying. The situations with Uncle Bob are almost always usually involved with some sort of tension because Uncle Bob is Uncle Bob. We don't resolve something and Uncle Bob goes, you know what? I realize I've been a jerk. I've been this, I've been that. Let's just start from scratch. Uncle Bob still is going to behave like Uncle Bob. So there always is tension. But here you get to unwind the thoughts, the feelings, the reactions, and you don't get to feel like quite as being held hostage. And you get to make a little bit more cognitive choices. Sometimes the choice is simply like, I'm going to walk away and not feel bad about it. I'm going to fill in the blank and not feel bad about it. Like you get to make a bit more of a choice. Bob is still going to be Bob. You know what I mean? He's still going to say some insulting things. He's still going to corny you at Thanksgiving and try to, tell you something weird or get you to eat something weird, or you know what I mean? It's just whatever obnoxious things he does, he's still going to do them, but it diminishes the emotional toll or the mental toll that it has on you and allows you to do something different where, not going to play your game. And so that is the goal here. When you see Uncle Bob, there's probably still going to be a little bit of tension until you've had a few interactions where you just go, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. So.
Lots and lots of back heart, not exactly tension, but also ache. And there seems to be residual back heart density / ache / discomfort still. Good overall.
Yeah, but I would say, even though we know Uncle Bob for what it is, and we know like he's just being obnoxious, stuff still hurts our feelings. Stuff still hurts. Stuff still feels uncomfortable, and sometimes we even judge ourselves about why Uncle Bob's doing this. We see it from our point of view that he's just picking on us. He picks on everybody, but we see our part, like we see our interaction. if you were following him around, he's an Uncle Bob to a bunch of people. You know, so
And go ahead, Denise.
hey, Denise.
Good morning.
Hey.
Yes, this really opened up a lot for me. I'm really grateful, and I'm going to look forward to that generational. But I really do find, and I guess a lot of what's been happening, like the interactions I've had, sometimes that will happen before before the teacher shows up
Right.
or this,
Right,
and so,
right.
and I can see definitely having to unwind. And I love the feedback from everyone. But I've noticed if I change myself, Greg, and I get at peace with myself, somehow, certain things really change energetically with someone.
They do. It does make other people shift. It's not always fast on their side. Sometimes
Yeah.
it is, but a lot of times it's not.
I think more than
Um,
anything, I just to start appreciating them through a different lens. Does that make a different perspective or a different
Yeah.
lens? And I try to find things that are more gentle and amusing in them. And then I'm just more detached. So, and whether they feel that energetically, I'm not sure. But I just wanted to share that because it's been kind of important to me. And a gentleman said something to me one day that really made a big difference. This was a number of years ago, but living in this home. He said, when we went to talk, he said, now listen, are you going to just be venting, or is there something I need to fix here? Do you just need to talk, or is there something I need to fix? And I said, well, I just mostly need to talk. And when he shared that with me, and I would do that with other people, it would free me up so much to almost sit
Yeah.
back and just relax.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think speaking it out just would really clear the energy field and any kind of expectations or need, So I
Right.
wanted to share that as well.
That's
Thank
a
you.
great thing to do. Yeah.
Thank you so much for doing this class.
Yeah, my pleasure.
More activity on the right side of the head. Left is quiet today. My Uncle Bob has caused every member of the family deep pain.
Yeah.
I still came to a place of compassion for them.
Yeah. Like I said, it's usually not you're the only target.
Question: when we are focusing on Uncle Bob, are we focused on what they look like or their actions or a combination of both? I know that in the process we did in the Thrive class, which was amazing and I do regularly, it was important which one we were doing.
Yeah. There we were doing the person and then the activity. And here I didn't go that far, but start with the person. Activity will usually come up at some point. Like you hear a couple of people have said, I focused on that person, and then other faces started popping up. The reason I didn't do the activity is sometimes this is more about a pattern with multiple people, or there's people in the family that support Bob and do Bob-like behaviors. And so I kind of was leaving it open to like other people, other things popping up.
In the last pattern, is awareness on the souls to transmute elementals?
But and forgiveness, it's yeah, you're pulling up some of the past conditioning to come up and be transmuted. Yeah.
I feel a fairly large area of thickness or stuckness left of the navel, extending from the spleen to the kidney/adrenal area. Is there an emotion attached to this area that I should be working on?
Wait, say that again. It's hitting the person in the navel and then over to the spleen and kidney.
So left of the navel, extending from the spleen to the kidneys, adrenal area. And then is there an emotion attached to this area that I should be working on?
I would say do the forgiveness thing again. And the reason is that it's just flushing things out of your body. Let's maybe do it one more time. Was there a lot of other questions or?
I mean, there's some other comments and questions, but I think it's probably important to. do
Yeah,
the
let's
focus again.
go ahead and do this one more time. So pull out your oil for the forgiveness part: acacia, cypress, ginger lily, marjoram, rose, wintergreen, transmutation, sadness, and grief. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet.
Are we doing the thinking about Uncle Bob while we are doing this?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's have you think of Bob as your awareness is on your feet. Wasn't going to, but I think maybe it's necessary. Move your awareness up to the low back, the Ming Men. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the low back. The back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. And then the crown. Just be still. So sorry, we have to jump over to Astara. We'll be back after lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Join us if you can. We're gonna take this a little deeper without oils. So see you in an hour and a half. Hey, everybody, come on back. And I think we still had a couple of shares from before.
Maybe some questions too, so.
Sure.
And you can always still raise your hand in the chat too, if something came up for you. Let me just kind of start where we were. I began to actually feel ugly towards Uncle Bob and started actively thinking of something to mess with him. Not burn his barn, however, break through his windows sounded good to the monkey mind turned mean chimpanzees. Like I'm not doing this share justice. After the last piece, it did calm down, mostly. At this point, I would still like to say something true and really mean.
Yeah. I think that's normal in dealing with Uncle Bob's. One reaction could be I gotta get away. Another one is like I want to say something, put him in his place. I mean, I get it. I'd say keep working it until that passes, but that it rises up, I mean, it is what it is. Like it usually is when somebody's messing with us. The issue is, as much as you would like to say something, it's not gonna land. It's not gonna be taken in and assessed. It's just going to cause a conflict, and most times it just ends up making us look bad, so those feelings are, I think, quite normal. So that last piece where you go through and you do the forgiveness part, keep working that until that passes. Yeah, but boy, do I hear you. Yeah. Doesn't mean I didn't try through the years.
From yesterday, following up on cleaning the elementals, I did the Spikenard body tonic on the legs before bed and it
Mm.
felt amazing.
Mm.
I have in the past also used the Helichrysum body tonic
Okay.
on the arms and legs
Yeah,
for
yeah.
cleaning up elementals and making something a regular routine. I was wondering what would your recommendation, what would a top choice be?
Those are good. I do probably for this kind of work, I do spikenard or vetiver. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Helichrysum's right up there, but spikenard and vetiver are a little bit better. Don't get me wrong, I love me some Helichrysum body tonic.
And then this is kind of a logistical question. Where is the class going to be? The one on the generational healing?
Where is it? Chicago.
I wasn't sure.
We're
It's the
gonna
one in
be in
Chicago.
Chicago. Yeah.
And we'll get that posted shortly for you guys
Yeah,
too.
that and a flyer.
Yeah, we'll get it all.
Yeah, we're trying to have a flyer because of the group that we're gonna see on Wednesday.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Good call. Good call. And yeah, I think we're good to continue.
Okay. All right, so we're prepping for going into the variations of Bob. So we're still gonna just deal with trigger reactions. I know we did this in the original Uncle Bob, but it's always good to do this quite a bit. So here you're gonna use your blend Uncle Bob, but single choices: anise, basil, blood orange, Egyptian geranium, lavender, litsea, cubeba, Roman chamomile, or rose geranium. And here we're just still going to do a little bit of prep. Then we're going to dive into the variations of Bob. Okay, so you have your blend or your single oil, and you're beginning to inhale your awareness on the armpits. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the armpits. Then the elbows. Wrists. Your awareness is on the wrists. Palms of your hands. And your hips. Your awareness is on your hips. Your knees. Awareness is on the knees. Ankles. Soles of the feet. Hmm. Your awareness is on the soles of the feet. Awareness is on the soles of your feet. The area between your eyebrows. Then your navel. An inch and a half below the navel. Hmm. Just be still. Let's do that one more time. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the armpits. Elbows. The wrists. The palms of your hands. The hips. The knees. The ankles. Soles of the feet. Ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the navel. Inch and a half below the navel. Just be still. So we're going to drop down to page 8, and we're going to start treating variations of bob. Different bobs need different remedies. Same oil is going to be used, just different processes. So first is emotional bob. This is the kind of Uncle Bob that has a meltdown when things aren't the way he thinks they should be, or the thing that I like to say about this one, not that I say this a lot, but this is Bob with emotional diarrhea. As soon as things don't go his way, he just lets loose. Emotional vomiting. So you could be talking, you say something that he doesn't like, and he, has a little bit of a meltdown. Or if you have a different opinion, or he starts even talking about some subject and gets a little worked up and starts getting weird. This kind of Bob, it's usually, you could say, there was an incident. He had a meltdown. He got upset. He let loose. He didn't like what you were saying. Didn't like what was happening. Not getting his way. Whatever version of that. Sometimes some of these Bobs will be multiple pieces of it, but they usually have one go-to way of interacting with people. And the Bob that I know that fits this profile, when they don't like what's going on or it's not going their way, they pitch a fit. Bottom line, they just pitch a fit. So with that, you're going to use the same oil that you've just been using, one of the choices, or the Uncle Bob blend. You don't have to think about your Uncle Bob right now. You're just going to work this pattern so that when you do interact with him, you're not as pulled into his, I could say all kinds of fancy words, but his crap. You're not going to be pulled into his crap, right? So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. And then the spleen. On the left-hand side below your ribs, you're inhaling with your awareness on the spleen. Move your awareness to the low back area known as the Mingmen, the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Then the bottom of the tailbone. And then be still. Let it all go. Be still. Let's do that one again. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. The low back area, the backside of the navel. The low back area, the backside of the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with awareness on the sex chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. in the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Okay. That was a good start. We're going to take a little break and we're going to come back and talk about a couple more of Uncle Bob's. So we'll come back in 15 minutes. I'll see you on the half hour. Okay, everybody. So we're back and middle of page 8 and we're dealing with manipulative Bob. You know, things he says, things he does. How he presents things. You know, I think we all know what manipulation feels like. Sometimes this can also be establishing a program in somebody, like, no offense, but, and then they say something that's offensive, or they say something offensive and just joking. Any version of that. You're still using the same oil, the same blend, same single oil, but we'll be working a different pattern. Your awareness is on your throat. No need to recall anything, or this works the pattern, but it's good to know what type of Bob you're dealing with. Your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Then drop down to your throat minor, which is that little notch between your two collarbones right down here, the bottom of your throat. And then the back throat. Awareness is on the back throat. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ears. Awareness is on your jaw, so you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the temples. And the back head. And the forehead. Just be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your throat minor, the bottom of your throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. The temples. Your awareness is on the temples. your back head. And your forehead. Just let go. So before we move on to the next one, we've done a few processes and everything. Let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Let's hear how you're doing.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi there. Just a question. Can we use this remotely to Uncle Bob before we encounter him? Or is this for us
No,
to,
you would do it on yourself before you interact with them.
so we won't care? He can do what he wants and,
Just so you handle yourself a little bit better around him. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Darn, that would have been just a good thing.
Mhm.
Working on Uncle Bob today.
And then go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hi.
Hey.
When you asked us what to think of Uncle Bob in a place or a person, a place, and a thing, and a group,
Mhm.
I got to thinking about my life and where I thought, well, you mentioned the good experience. So I thought, well, I'll go with the good experiences. But what I got was I never really had an experience where I felt completely safe
Mhm.
or where I had a completely free to be happy, or it seemed like my life had been a struggle.
Mhm.
And I was letting go of, well, I had a challenging childhood. And I remember my father being drunk and saying, I owe nobody anything in his drunk talk. And I was the only one that heard him say that. And I thought he owed me something. I thought he owed me being a good father. And he never abused me physically, but I was afraid of him.
Mhm.
I don't even remember abusing me negatively, but he did my mother. So it's like, oh, excuse me. Maybe I should turn the camera off. I'm shaking. I'm letting go of something. Thank you for the opportunity to do all this
Mm.
work.
No,
It's
good.
just awesome.
Good.
And what I came up with, God bless you, there was some men, I'm in Huntsville, Alabama, and we had for Huntsville, it really wasn't a deep snow, but we had enough snow that's been on the ground for almost a week. Well, actually a week.
Mhm.
And I've been here 24 years and I've never seen anything like that. Our snow always went away in
Sure.
a day. But there's ice outside my door, and the people down the way from the church came and scraped our ice. And it seemed like they were scraping it today. Well, we've been doing this process. And I thought, oh, wow, they're working really, really hard. And it seemed like an impossible thing to do. And I opened the door and thanked them and told them I loved them. And they said, well, we didn't want you to fall. I said, I know. That's why I'm telling you I love you. And because I had a fall recently and it damaged my knee. Anyway, I was just so grateful. And I told them I thought it was an impossibility what they were doing. Because they had to scrape so hard. There was 4 men out standing out doing this work. And I got to thinking, there was love there. Genuine love, for they were loving me and I was loving them. And I thought, I don't want anybody to struggle the way I have in my lifetime. It was like, forgive everything, because I did the best I could and they did the best they could, because Jesus Christ said, forgive them. They don't know what they do. And I really got it all the way through. I didn't know what I was doing. Anytime I ever hurt anybody's feelings, or it was not I don't know. I just didn't know what I was doing. And so.
Well, very good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Good.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Tracy.
Hello. Okay, so this last one was a doozy for me because, like, if you had asked
the
me,
manipulative Bob?
yes,
Yeah.
because if you had asked me when you and I first met, what was my most important, and I probably told you this, my most important thing in my life was to have good relationships, which coincidentally is the hardest thing in my life. Because all the stuff. And so that one, I will let people manipulate me, or have in the past, to be friends with them, because I thought that was the only way I could get people that cared about me. And that just blows up in your face, because once you do something they don't want you to do, then guess what? You're not friends with that person anymore. So anyway, I just wanted to say, this one,
the manipulation thing really is like a form of control that's a lot more subtle and refined. Like people can like micromanage, or what they're trying to do is they're trying to control their environment or the people around them to behave and act the way that they want. And so when people aren't reading from their script, they do a little manipulation so that you get on board, or that you just do what they want you to do. I used to know this guy that he would say things like, we'd be in a conversation with several people, and he'd go, that guy, he's like a loser. Like, if you didn't know better, you think he was sleeping under a bridge. And then he'd turn to somebody, he'd go, no offense. And then he'd keep talking, and you'd go, wait, what? And, it was like he was half joking, but he was kind of working people to, like, I don't know, do what he wants, or he's gonna publicly make fun of you or put you down, or keep, because when he would start picking on somebody, he would keep doing it until everybody kind of had this attitude about the person. And so he wasn't just manipulating a person, he was manipulating a group. And it's like everything became what he thought should happen, or what he thought was cool, or what he thought was whatever. And so, I don't know. People can do lots of weird things in this, especially with the manipulation. They can do it in a lot of different ways.
Well, and I'm noticing a lot more, which allows me to say, nope, not this time.
Yeah.
And it's shifting some of it's especially there's an employee at work that does it. And I just, you know, I'm just not letting her do it, which feels really good. But wow, this one, thank you. This weekend, very, very good for me.
Yeah, it's like when you work this, you just kind of stop playing the game. And when they do it, you just like almost look at it like, really? That's how we're gonna play this out? Like, okay, you know. Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
At some point, I am curious about the Uncle Bob incense that I see available on the website. When would we use them?
Just prepping before or after an Uncle Bob thing. You know, it just helps you with refining yourself when you're dealing with Uncle Bob's.
And go ahead, Nettie Cole.
Hi. So
Hey, how are you?
what about, yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. What about if that person is your mother?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it can be Uncle Bob, can be male, female, parent, sibling. Yeah, it could be anybody.
It's kind of challenging with the boundary, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the boundaries with anybody, but you know, especially with the mom, it might be a little bit harder. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Dropping an earworm with spines and toxins.
I don't know what that means. It's quite the visual though.
You know how you get a song and you can't get it out of your head? That would be an earworm. Well, that's how I've heard it referred to, as an earworm. You know, that song that you don't like, but you can't stop hearing in your head? That would be an earworm. And what Tracy described to me would be an earworm with spines and toxins, not just obnoxious, but unpleasant and hard to pull out. And I don't know if you read my text about the monkey mind turning into mean chimpanzees, but I'm feeling much better about the Uncle Bob that I wanted to put a brick through his window.
Okay.
And now and that whole thing about namaste, fella, namaste, fella, namaste, fella. We've talked about that before. And it'll only take a couple thousand before I can actually feel good about him, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. To repeat everybody else, yummy classes. It's all been just yummy classes. I'm starting to like humanity again. What a thought. What a concept. What a blessing. Bye. I love y'all.
Take care. Okay. All right. So how about let's jump in and do another. Let's do you probably don't have any experience with this, but snooty, condescending Bob. You know, judgmental Bob, looking down his nose. Is that the way you're going to do that? You're going to wear that outside? You know, that kind of stuff. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the throat. Your awareness is on the throat. And then the crown, the top of your head. Just be still. Let it all go. Just be still. Okay, let's do that one again. Awareness is on the sex chakra. In the front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The throat. The awareness is on the throat. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your mind. Let's do a little experiment. Let's do a little exercise. Think about one of your Uncle Bob's, one of your primary Uncle Bob's, and just see how you feel. Like, you know how you feel. You bring it up from time to time, and you know, like, I go blank, I go this, I get anxious, I get upset, I check out without really doing anything. Just think of Uncle Bob and what do you notice as you check in with that right now? Does it feel different with Uncle Bob than it did at the beginning of the day? Do you feel different about yourself? The interaction? The ability to walk away? What do you notice? Anybody want to share? You can unmute yourself, type in, share experience, or just share what you were thinking about that.
Go ahead, Maya.
Hey, Maya.
Hey, Greg. So
Mhm.
for me, it's become more difficult to even think of the person
Perfect. Yeah.
or even the emotion that's stirred up.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm spacing out from too much deep breath inhalation
I
or
mean, that could be a little bit of it, but like the goal is when you start to have more awareness of the situation, you think about like what happens when we're in our interaction and, you know, they're saying something obnoxious and we're reacting or we're hurt or upset or, you know, whatever it is we're coming from a place of intellect. We're coming from a like a fixed place, you know, which is really always dealing with past experiences and past responses and how things should be and what we want and everything. And when you can shift it over intuition, you can just let it go or do something different. You can be spontaneous in the moment. And that's actually what we're kind of shooting for. And so that would look like harder to tap into it, harder to think about it, harder to recall it, not sure what you're feeling or sensing. Like any version of that is
yeah.
you going down that road. And,
Okay.
you
Okay.
know,
Yeah, I was just worried that I was losing
no,
focus.
you're
It's
that's
actually
doing
okay.
perfect. Yeah,
That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Feels like there's a lot releasing in my legs.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Probably I mean that's a lot of elementals and stuff, but we also hold a lot of tension there. So yeah.
I see Uncle Bob as being broken. I need to pray for them.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's good that you can come to that place. You know, one level is being able to walk away from them or, you know, say whatever, but the next level is having compassion for them and, you know, even if it's not direct interaction, being able to pray for them or bless them or do a little healing on them or something like that. Not because you're supposed to, but just because you like feel like, oh, poor guy, he's, you know, fill in the blank, you know. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay, so how about we'll take a break? We'll come back at 25 till. So everybody, let's come on back. We are midway through page 9. So on number 4, the pushy bob, also known as aggressive bob, also known just simply as Uncle Bob. Okay, so aggressive Bob is just pushy, 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 pushy. Won't take no for an answer, won't back down. You don't agree with him, he gets aggressive. I mean, I think everybody knows what pushy and aggressive means. This isn't like something that he does occasionally, it's like something that he does on a regular basis. So with that, you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Move your awareness to the navel. And then drop your awareness 1.5 inches below the navel. Just pause and be still. Just be still. That would have been amazing. Oh, wow. Okay. Just be still. Okay, again, you're inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Move your awareness to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Inch and a half below your navel. Just be still. So we go from pushy Bob or aggressive Bob to verbally insulting or abusive Bob. You know, like probably not prone to physical violence, but there might be some threat of like verbal violence or, you know, it's not just insult sometimes with a Bob like this, but like say you're excited about something, he's going to take that excitement away. Like he's going to make you not be excited about a thing that you're excited about, or, you know, I usually associate this with like a little kid who just goes around breaking stuff. You know, Bob, this kind of Bob is verbally abusive, but just wants to break things that other people have. So, anyway. So you have your same blend. Ready? We're going to do the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Then the spleen, which is on the left-hand side below your ribs. Then the low back, the back side of the navel. And then the crown. Awareness is on the crown. Just be still. Just be still. Verbally abusive Bob. Again, your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then the spleen, which is left-hand side below your ribs. And then the low back area, the back side of the navel, known as the Mingmen. and then the crown. Let everything go. Okay, super judgmental Bob. Formerly known as racist Bob. You know, there was a member in my family that, like, when I was growing up, whoever this person was talking about, whatever ethnicity the person was, he would use the derogatory form of that person's ethnicity before the person's name. And, you know, probably in that generation it was looked at, but like to us, the younger generation, it was horrifying. Like, ugh, don't let this person be seen in public, or don't be seen in public with this person. Like, it was just, but it's not always about the color of the skin. It could be male, female, could be religion, could be politics, it could be, I mean, even sports plays a role in this a little bit. You know, they see the world through a certain kind of eyes, and anything that doesn't fit, they don't just judge it, they judge it harshly. You know, they are right, you are wrong. They really don't see people as people. They see people as like things or objects, is the best way to say it. But I'd say out of all the Bobs, it's the worst Bob. But, you know. So go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the forehead. Long, slow, deep breaths on the forehead. Now move your awareness to the palms of your hands. And then the soles of your feet. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the forehead. Palms of your hands. Soles of your feet. Then just be still, be aware, just like a, just like. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take a break, and we've kind of covered the booklet. We're still gonna talk about things a little bit, but I'd say one of the big things that you can do out of this is building shields through the weekend. So we're going to come back and we're going to do another round of building the shields. We're going to do kind of a thing that you could do as a daily practice. We're going to make that recording so that we can edit it out and present it to you so that you can just push play and follow it along to build your shields on a daily basis. So we're going to come back and build shields again. So I'll see you at 25 after. Sorry there, I took a little extra 5 minutes. Okay, so we're backing up to page 3. And we are doing shields, or a better way of saying this is fortifying the protective qualities of your energy body and aura. So you're going to pull out camphor, sandalwood, yuzu, or protection. And this is for the physical aspect, protecting the form, the body, your instinctive responses, agitation in the body. Okay. So, whichever oil that you chose, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Left side of your face, neck, your left shoulder, your rib cage, your hip, down the outer thigh to your ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, the front side of your body. You're moving your awareness to the front side of your body. Your face, throat, chest, abdomen, down the legs, the tops of your feet. Yeah, I like that. Looks nice. The right side of your body. Right side of your face, neck, shoulder, your right ribs, hip, outer thigh, down to the right outer ankle. Then the back side of your body. Back of the head, neck, your whole back, your hips, down the back of your legs, all the way down to the heel. And then be still. Notice how you feel. Let's do that again. Left side of your body, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. This is for the physical protection aspects in your energy body. Left side of your body, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front side of your body, down the front, all the way down to the tops of your feet. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Right side of your body. Whole right side of your body. And the back side of the body. Pause and be still. Now we're going to pull out the oils for the emotional level of protection, of fortifying your energy body. So there, hyssop, larch, Palmavis naga, or Solomon's hyssop. Okay, you have it out. Left side of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front side of the body. The right side of the body. And the back side of the body. And then be still. Again, same oil. We're working the emotional level of protection. Your awareness is on the left side of your body, from head to toe. Long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the front side of the body. The right side of your body. And the back side of the body. The back side. Just be still. Just let it go. Now we're going to fortify the part of your aura that has to do with mental protection, protecting the mind. Acacia, Artemisia, mugwort, narcissus, osmanthus, mugwort supreme, or chakra root cleanser. Choose your medicine. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. Move your awareness to the front of your body. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front of your body. Move your awareness to the right side of your body. Awareness is on the right side of your body. Your awareness is on the right side of your body. The back side of your body. Your awareness is on the back side of your body. Just be still. Begin inhaling, left side of your body. The front side of your body. Your awareness is on the front side of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the right side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just let go. Okay, the spiritual shield. Benzoin, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, or the blend balance. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. This is fortifying the spiritual aspects of your energy body, things that would pull you off your spiritual growth or development, your evolutionary path. The front side of your body. The right side of the body. And the back side of your body. And then just be still. One more time. You're inhaling the same oil. Left side of your body. The front side of your body. Your awareness is on the front side of your body. The right side of your body. And the back side of your body. Okay, you can pause and let go. Now, again, remember like yesterday, push out and see what you can feel. You can feel the denseness, right? Then think of some active situations that are going on right now. Just notice how they feel. Okay. So let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. I hope you guys had a good weekend with the class.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Oh, you know what? I think I made it so you can't unmute yourself. Haha. Just kidding. Go ahead now.
Am I muted?
There you go.
So this may be this may be too simple a question, but do you do all 4 of these at the same time because you can't determine what would be attacked or whatever?
Yeah, like a lot of times it's going to be a little combination of something. And I mean, even if you just did a physical shield, that would probably cover you on most times. But when you're going in against somebody who's knows you, knows your triggers, knows how to work you, knows how to push your buttons, all those things, I would throw them all up. If it's just like, hey, I'm going to go to Costco for the day, you could do the first one and be done.
Got it.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I go into an assisted living kind of nursing home situation at least once a week, if not twice. And it's kind of religiously oriented, I guess. Just do them all quickly, go through them.
For something like that, probably just the first one. Yeah,
Right.
unless you got somebody who's really, being sassy with you on a regular basis, I would say the first one's probably plenty.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Great class.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam.
Hey.
I just had a question. Back the last time we did this was back in July of 2021. With a different pattern. So I was just wondering what the difference was when we did it with the lower chakra pattern versus this one.
For the shields.
For the shields, yes.
The shields, the way that we're doing it here is a little bit more potent because we've been doing the 3 brain stuff. It's more tied into the intuitive mind. When we were doing the patterns before, that was like if we're kind of coming from the place of intellect, it makes it a little bit better, a little stronger in that regard. But this is the more potent form of it. Yeah.
Okay. And my other question was, how do you compare this to like the shields that are done in pH? Are they the same or this is different?
They have the same vein. Like if you do this on a regular basis, instead of building the shield, you're fortifying your energy body. I find these to be stronger and work better. Those they work, but they're temporary. They'll run out of juice at some point. Where this, if you can fortify your energy body up enough, your energy body will do all the work and the heavy lifting.
Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. How do you feel?
I feel good. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam. I miss you.
Same.
Miss you both.
Yeah, same here.
And go ahead, Donna.
Hey, Miss Donna.
Hey, thank you for this class. This was great. I loved it. And I was just laughing at the last part of the class at all the different bobs when I skimmed ahead. It was just so funny. You I don't know, it was hysterical.
Yeah, there's more
to me,
bobs
so.
too. That was just
Yeah.
the ones that we put in there, but that was a good start.
Yeah. I just wanted to share one experience is I had COVID starting at the beginning of this month and just kind of at the tail end of it, kind of lingering in a kind of yucky way, but still okay. But after we did the shields, it knocked my recovery up way far. It was amazing. Yeah. So I really appreciate that. I feel like energized and ready to start going back to normal.
Yeah. You know, way back in the day, playing with the physical shield, I thought boosted immunity, but there was no real way to verify that. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like I tried to come up with a way to verify it, and I never explored it too much, but in theory it would work, but
Yeah. Well, it worked for me. I was
the
very
interesting
grateful.
thing is, when I was doing that study on allergies, that
Mhm.
I noticed that people who had like really super congested aura, like their energy body, be it like stress or whatever, but as soon as their energy body would get congested, their allergic responses would increase. And then if you
Oh.
cleaned up the aura, the allergic response would decrease. And so
Huh.
I was like, that has to translate into like the shielding, boosting immunity. But that's about as far as I got with it. I talked with a friend with trying to like figure out like how to like form a study to do it, but we didn't get very far. It was going to take way
Mhm.
too much money, and nobody was that interested. So
Ah. Mhm.
I was interested, but not very many other people were interested.
Right. Right. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Kind of in that vein, would other shields work as well? Like if you had something like a virus or something like that? Or is it more of the physical shield?
Physical, yeah, it would be physical. Like, and it would be cutting, because even viruses and bacterias, a lot of it, we know the biology of it and like how we contract it and everything, but a lot of it also is the environment, the state that you're in, how and who you interact with, not just as a contagion, but those things need like a breeding ground for them to take hold. And sometimes there's a behavior that starts to wash through the collective or an environment that makes it easier for a virus or bacteria to grow. And so I don't know. That starts to get into whatever. But if you're very emotional or very upset, it's easier for you to get sick. If somebody's really angry at you, also easier to get sick. Lots of reasons can make it easier for you to get sick. So
Wow, this has been a much more transformative and intense class than what I was expecting. LOL.
oh good. I
Yes.
think good.
Yesterday, initially, my person became many persons.
Yeah.
And after a while, I noticed the common denominator between them all was an unconscious pattern in myself.
Yeah.
The attachment segments this morning were both intense, emotional roller coaster ride. Thank you for repeating the forgiveness segment before lunch. That really helped me smooth things out a lot.
Yeah, especially when you're working that segment, if you have something come up, just do the forgiveness thing. I almost didn't even call it forgiveness because it does so many other things, but it's the pattern of transmutation, the Mingmen, back, heart, crown. And so forgiveness is a process of transmutation, but it will transmute all kinds of things in your energy body, not just resentment. So, yeah.
If we notice some of these characteristics within ourselves, will doing these protocols with
Yeah.
the focus on Uncle Self
Yeah, Uncle Bob's.
help us to diminish the tendency
Sure.
to express these negative
Yeah.
patterns?
Yeah.
Thank you again for putting this class together. Definitely a new favorite.
Yeah, it's a nice one, huh? Plus, I thought it was like kind of fun too. We can talk about situations and building the shields and yeah.
The aura feels a bit more dense
Yeah.
to the front than to the sides. When they were doing
Yeah. That's kind of normal. That's why we break it down in pieces. Because a lot of times when you visualize yourself in a ball, your ball is really bright in front of you down to about your waistline, and then it gets less, and then the backside not so much, and then the sides usually is hardly anything. So that's why I break it down into segments. Yeah.
When I do shields, I feel a significance in my body.
Yeah. Shields are incredibly relaxing. Great before meditation, great before healing, great before going to bed, great for work. It's just, you do them on a regular basis, you'll get used to having them and you'll feel a little naked without them.
I even got an adjustment immediate in my neck. Should I be doing this more?
I would do it daily, honestly, for a little while. Daily is, we even did like a quick version that was a long version. You could do it even faster if you needed to.
Balance felt quite different from Valerian yesterday.
Yeah.
Can you comment on the difference between them?
Well, balance is a blend, and so it's about balancing the upper and lower nature, and then also balancing out the homeostasis mechanism. Valerian does that, Vetiver does that, Spectrum does it somewhat, but that balance blend was made specifically for that. So it has all of those in there, but it's also got benzoin and a big amount of myrrh. Like myrrh's very soothing in ways that we wouldn't really think about. So it's all to maintain and establish homeostasis in the body.
Are we learning lessons by dealing with Uncle Bob's?
Sometimes Uncle Bob is just a jerk that you got to deal with. I'd love to say like, oh, we're always putting up the good fight and we're always learning something, and sometimes a jerk in the family is just a jerk in the family. I don't know that could say that I learned very much from meeting with the Bobs in my family, but if anything, it was always about don't be like that. I laugh, but now it's funny. When I was younger, it wasn't that funny. But,
Great class, wonderful timing for me, and I hope it has prepared me for this coming week and dealing with my current Uncle Bob.
Yeah. And remember, it's a lot of little movements. It's not like you're gonna make this massive aha. Sometimes that might happen, but for a lot of times you'll notice that you'll just start refining your interaction with the person over a period of time.
Eventually, will we want to be aware / strengthen all 4 dimensions at the same time?
I would do all 4, like on a regular basis. Like if you're in a pinch, like Laura was asking, what if I'm running out to here or there? The physical one's good, but for your emotional health, mental health, spiritual development, I would do all 4 when you can. But when you're trying to tune something up to like go to the store or go out, or the physical one is usually enough. Now, if you're in an argument or you're in some situation, then I would do emotional mental shields. But if it's just like running around doing stuff, physical is usually enough. So
Like harmonizing the 3 brains? Or maybe they're making us, nope, question mark, like harmonizing the three brains.
I'm not sure what that's. Harmonizing the three brains for. I'm not-
Excuse me, the idea was originally we started the three brains, sex, front solar, brain, 1, 2, 3, and then we try to be aware of all of them at equal parts. The harmonizing or balancing them. Do we want to build to be doing all 4 directions, equal strength, equal brightness at the same time? Or that's just kind of above our pay grade for the moment?
Oh, you're talking about when you're building the shields?
Yes, sir.
Just build the 4, the 4
Just do
sides.
them one at a time.
Front's
until
always going to
further-
be stronger. Like even when you get really, really super good at it, front's almost always stronger.
Okay, just check. I was just wondering if that was something we were building too, was
mean,
to
if you
do the
can.
whole.
If you can, but you know what I mean? But it's like,
Right, yeah. Yeah, like patting your head and rubbing your tummy. I mean, at some point, if you can do it, great, and if you're not, just one at a time is good, is what I'm hearing. Also,
there's actually different kinds of shields. And, here we're talking about physical, emotional, mental, but another form of shield is actually doing things with the vital centers. The vital centers will actually develop a kind of shielding that's a lot more refined than this. So we're practicing this one for now because we are going to do a form of shielding later that involves the 11 centers from the vital centers.
Oh, goodies. Thank you.
Similar,
yes.
but there's some variations that you have to, you're working it in a slightly different way. Yeah.
And one more question. I, through operator error, missed the segment with the triggers. How necessary, important, vital are the triggers? The
It's
trigger
just
section.
helpful. Like, it just reduces, usually when we have our Uncle Bob, he's Uncle Bob because he does trigger us a bit. Like I would say my personal Uncle Bob, like the most obnoxious Bob in the group in my family. As soon as I stopped getting triggered by him, it was a game changer. And then I started getting sassy with him, and then I was just like, nah, I don't think so. I was like, it's like I took his power away. And,
yeah,
it's all these pieces do something, but that thing, like if you can reduce the tendency to get triggered in those situations, most people, even like soon as they get uncomfortable, they'll go to the habits that they know or that it's expected. So like when I would do stuff for companies, like in corporate setting, and we'd get into a merger, like part of why I kept getting pulled into that stuff was I could almost predict what the other side was going to do at some point when the conflict would escalate. And people always thought that was all clairvoyance. There was some clairvoyance involved, but behaviors, especially repeated behaviors, are very predictable, a lot like how a chemical reaction is predictable. And if you just watch people's body language and the way they breathe and their eyes and the things that they do and their body language, it's not completely predictable, but like in those scenarios when you're getting ready for a fight, people kind of tell you who they are and what they're going to do. It was, yes, I would say there was some clairvoyance there, but some of it was I would just watch. And I didn't have a a dog in the show like everybody else. Like everybody is worried about the paperwork and all this, and I'm just watching how this interaction was going to go down. And so it was a lot more of just watching somebody. You kind of establish a track record for them, and then when the heat would get turned up, you could almost predict how they were going to behave. And
It reminds me of how little kids are on a playground where they
Right.
bicker back and forth with each other. And at some point you can tell when who's gonna get mad enough to want to strike out.
And I would say the thing that made what I was doing valuable to whoever I was working for was that I just didn't do the reaction. We'd do something spontaneous that was out of the box for the situation. And it usually helped things to get resolved very, very quickly. Not every time, but most times.
Okay, goody. What I will do trigger then as soon as class is over.
You
Right,
know,
thank you.
so like the thing with going back to Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob, you know, he pushes a button and he treats people in a particular way because he knows that if he does that, they're going to behave a particular way. When you stop behaving that way, he doesn't know what to do. And it's not about like, oh, I'm going to win or I'm going to beat him. It's just like, I'm not doing the dance anymore. Because even doing the opposite is still the dance. You know, it's not just like, oh, he's going to come up and insult me, and every time I get my feelings hurt, but this time I'm going to step back and set him forward. That's still part of that same dance. It's just a different move.
Mm-hmm.
Where you go, I'm not dancing. I'm just not dancing. You know?
Thank you, sir.
Like I think I told you guys, like, where one year I was coming back from the Philippines, and I think I was coming through Chicago, and I had to go through customs in Chicago. And the day before I was to arrive, there was a terrorist attack on Bali. And a lot of times, like over in that area, part of how the terrorists would cover their tracks is they would travel through the Philippines. And then after that, they could cover their tracks and go wherever they wanted. So I'm coming back from the Philippines dressed in a kurta. And as soon as I walked up, they went, yeah, you go over there. Like, you know, like it wasn't just like, we're going to have a little talk with you. They're like, you're getting the full, you know, the full interrogation. And so, you know, they pull me aside, they go through my suitcase, they take my suitcase apart actually. And I mean, they went through everything. And the customs guy, you know, he would say very nice things to me, and he'd ask me inquisitive questions, and he's just trying to gather information and data so that he could trip me up. I mean, I knew the game. Right. And then he would do a 180 and say, you know, if we find anything in here that's illegal, we are going to arrest you. You will go to jail right here, right now. And I would just look at him, and he did like 3 or 4 things like that, you know, where he would just do a complete 180. And at one point, and he goes, "What's so funny?" And I go, "Does that usually work?" He got really quiet, and he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Most times." He goes, "I'd already have you over in the other room." And I was like, "Well, that's a solid move." You know, I was like, just kind of playing him, but like he kept, because it's you get defensive, and then whatever you do when you're defensive, he can play that and get you into the next room where they got your clothes off and they're, you know, probing you. You know what I mean? That's what they wanted. And you know, every time he'd try to insult me or strong arm me or threaten me, I would just no response, or I would kind of chuckle. I was like, wow, that's a smooth move. That's pretty good. You know, because as soon as you would engage any of it where you start defending yourself, they have probable cause. And you could say in a way, that's kind of what Uncle Bob does. Like he makes his move, he waits for you to react, and then whatever variation you come up with, he's already got a strategy for. So if you get sad and just get quiet, he's got a strategy for that. If you push back and get argumentative, he's got a strategy for that. If you check out and just, whatever it is, he's got a strategy. So it's not about trying to win or lose. You're just not engaging the game. That's it. You just like that time that I mean, they had me there for 2 hours. He tried probably 15 times to get me to react. And at the end, he was at his wit's end. He was like, I don't have anything. And like even him saying that still didn't say anything. They're looking for a response. They weren't looking for evidence. They were looking for a response.
Ooh,
You know what I mean?
ooh, I'm gonna have to write that one down.
Yeah.
Not looking for evidence, looking for a
Yeah.
response.
Looking for a response.
Wow, that's almost
soon-
wicked.
As soon as you get a response, then you know how it's going to play out. But in that situation, I just didn't give him a response the whole time. And, that's hard for people to read. It's very unpredictable. They don't know what to do. Most times they start leaving you alone. Because
Wow, that's
they're working off the response. They don't care what you say. They don't care what piece of information you give. They don't care about the facts. They don't care about what other people, they don't care about any of that. They're looking for a response. As soon as you give them the response, they go, okay, it's showtime. Then they do their thing. Doesn't matter what the response is. It's just, they got a response. There was another time, I go to law enforcement just because, they scientifically or systematically use this. Like one time I got pulled over. Not that I've had a lot of interactions with law enforcement, but I've had a few. And you usually like getting pulled over or something like that. Right? And so they see all the suitcases in the back, and he doesn't have probable cause to search the suitcases, but he really wants to search the suitcases. And so, it's late at night, and he starts telling me, this route, because I was out in the middle of the country. I was driving back roads to get back home to Iowa. And it was down in Kansas City. And he goes, this road is used for trafficking drugs. So right there, if I say, well, I don't have any drugs, then he said, is it okay if I search the car? Like he has the response. Or if I say, well, my friend does the da 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 da, whatever I say, like it opens up the door for probable cause. Right. So he said it, and I listened, maintained eye contact the whole time. Right. And then he said it again. Still didn't say a word. And he leaned forward and he goes, did you hear what I said? I go, yeah. And he goes, well. And I lean forward and I go, what does that have to do with me? And he goes, well, people are running drugs on this road like all the time. And I go, and again, what does that have to do with me? And he was like, wow, well, I guess nothing, huh? And I was like, okay, am I free to go? And he's like, well, because I didn't play the game. Like anything I would have answered, he would have been in the car, and no big deal. I just would have lost 4 or 5 hours, and they probably would have kept my stuff for a day. Wouldn't have found anything. I mean, not unless they were really into spikenard or something. 3 suitcases full of oils. And so he didn't care what I was going to answer. He just cared that I engaged in a response. And then once he got his response, he can make that into anything he wanted.
My response to that would have been, it's such a pretty road. Would that have been the kind of trigger that would have been useful to him, or would that have been
Anything you
neutral
would
enough?
say, anything
Anything I would say. Okay.
anything you would say, like, you know, anything. You just don't respond.
Okay.
You know, because like there, I mean, it was no big deal. I just would have lost some time. You know, it would have been an inconvenience. It wasn't like there was like I was bootlegging, you know, whatever. It was just I was driving late at night, trying to get back home. And but the idea is we always think that the information or our opinion, or that we're going to guilt them or shame them, or they're going to have a realization or realize they're doing the right thing. Nope, they don't care about that. They care about getting the response so they can do their game. They can do their dance. And so once you know that's what that is, you just don't engage the game.
Okay. Boy, I almost wish I had more Uncle Bob's to test this on.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a joke, guys. That's a joke. But anyway, all right.
You can have
Thank
some of
you.
mine.
Yeah, I think everybody's like,
Yeah,
"You
yeah,
want
yeah.
mine?"
Just a temporary loan, people. Just a temporary loan. That's right. Educational purposes only. All right. Thank you. It's been,
You
as
said
always, a wonderful class, and I so enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Bye.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
So, you just triggered a response in me that it's a different trigger thing, but I get white coat, high blood pressure when I go into a dentist office, doctor's office, anything like that. My blood pressure just goes up. Can any of this help with that?
Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Three brains would probably help with that.
Okay.
Yeah, especially the sex Mingmen, because that's just an instinctual response, you know.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I can tap it, but I just wondered if
Yeah.
So sex Mingmen.
We'll do the whole 3 brain, but the sex Mingmen as well will help it.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
It was a good thought anyway. And the other one, the pessimistic Uncle Bob, was the "Don't rain on my parade" Uncle Bob. Debbie Downer kind of thing.
Debbie Downer. Don't rain on my parade. You'll have to think about that one.
And then someone else is asking, could you repeat what you said Balance Blend does?
It helps to like reset homeostasis, like it's a restorative. And so also balances higher and lower nature.
And someone said there's also Jealous Uncle Bob.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That would have been a good one. Jealous Uncle.
Any suggestions for a salt bath tonight?
Frankincense is real good. Chocolate root cleanser would be real good. Rosemary actually would be good. Maybe any of the spruces, like Sitka or white spruce, black spruce, something like that. Yeah. Yeah, well, thanks for a great weekend, you guys. That was quite the Bob. We might, who knows? We might do an Uncle Bob 3, but we'll see how this goes and we'll go from there. Now, normally we would have a study group on Wednesday night, but we are doing a session, a me-long session up in Chicago that night. So we'll come up with a different night to do your guys' study group and we'll let you know here shortly. So, yeah. Okay, you guys. See you Tuesday, though. Tuesday, we're still good.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, hey, and see you guys in a couple of days.
Yes. Travel safe. All right.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Greg and Sam and Letty. It was great. Thanks a lot.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Maya.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Enjoyed it.
Good. Good. Good.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Hey, take care, lady.
Too. Yeah.